Anything?
I'm happy to do it all, but,
I'm okay, just taking notes.
okay.
Literally.
I hear you've got a big push for deliverables for Pennington. Huh?
Yeah, it's been a long week.
Yeah, I bet.
Pennington Stockbridge, contract plans went on Wednesday too, so
Oh
that
my
was
gosh.
like a last minute thing that happened this week. I mean, they were supposed to go out like almost 3 weeks ago now.
But that's why.
Yeah, it does tell you when you join that it's being recorded, just so you know.
Oh.
Yeah, all right, so. I'm going to share. Yep. Window is. Yeah, it's not giving me that as an option. Oops, not my chat. No, no.
Yeah.
That's not what I want to share.
It just went for screening. So Rosemary, okay. They broke the window. You know, because combination, right? The windows were taken out of it.
They were.
Put them in up there.
Recycle.
And they were broke. So he invested in plan. Which was expensive. I said, well, why?
There we go. All right,
They
good.
tried to get in, but it never came back again.
I'm gonna use the ladies' room before we get going. So I can see.
So all the door to the right and then to the next right, down the hallway and another right.
So I'm like gonna be here. Basically, if I could go out that door, I didn't have
Yes.
any.
That's on my wish list. Folks are welcome to come in. There's a signage sheet at the entry. Good, good.
Yeah, I've never heard the term Chattergate. So you're.
I didn't know this was. Oh, no, it's been rough. Actually, it's hard. It does. Turn here, and there was a. And this is the right. So the floodplain, yeah, it's there, so. You affected. Culverts and.
Based on the roads.
There's two.
Right.
So there's this. Okay, well, it's 6 o'clock, so I'd like to go ahead and get things rolling. My name is Stephanie Bird. I'm a planner here at the Rutland Regional Planning Commission, and we're so happy to be able to host this public meeting for the town of Mendon. Tonight, we'll be looking at the alternatives for the US Route 4 corridor scoping study. This is the second public meeting that we're having for this project. And so with that introduction, I'd like to just welcome everyone, get settled in, and I'll turn things over to the project engineer, Jen Conley with VHB.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to briefly go over the agenda and then we're going to do some introductions. I would say as we get into the technical presentation, my request would be that if you have a clarifying question, you raise it while I'm presenting. We're going to have plenty of time for discussion afterwards and can go back to slides if you have a comment or if you have a preference, if you like something or you don't like something. But during the presentation, please do interrupt if you have a clarifying question so that if everyone has kind of that same question, all of that information will get shared. If I can figure out how with the system to advance the slides, that's going to be.
While Jen's looking at that, I did want to remind everybody who's joined virtually received a message when they logged into the meeting, but tonight's meeting is being recorded. So just for full disclosure.
Okay. So this is the agenda. Obviously, we're going to start with the welcome and we'll introduce the team in just a second. We're going to go over what the scope and schedule of the project is. One of the things we discovered right away at the local concerns meeting is we do have a lot of concerns in Mendon, but the scope of this grant is pretty specific. So we have to do certain things as part of the grant. We'll talk about the project purpose and need, and that was discussed at the local concerns meeting. And we'll talk about other local concerns takeaway. And then we're going to talk about some overarching themes for the whole corridor before we break into different alternatives and pieces along the corridor. So you'll understand what that means as we get into it. And then we're going to have some discussion about alternatives evaluation. And that's us having looked at these alternatives and we can talk to you about what those potential impacts will be. And then we will have a lot of time for public input. That's why we're here, is to hear how you feel about these different alternatives. One of the things, they are numbered 1, 2, and 3 throughout the corridor, but that doesn't mean we don't walk out of here with 1 in one segment, 2 in another, and 3 in another. It really is, we'll talk about the pros and cons of each alternative in each segment as we go. So, oops, oh, too fast. Okay, so the project team, as Stephanie introduced me, I'm Jen Conley. I'm with VHB. We are the consultant, part of the consulting team. With me online, going to help me answer some questions that come up with our folks who are remote, is Elizabeth Sundberg. Yeah, there she is. And with me here is
Rose O'Brien.
Rose O'Brien. And in addition, we also have Joe Vanacore, who supported us putting together all of the materials that you'll see here today. You have already met Stephanie from the Rutland Regional Planning Commission. And then we have a team who is helping to advise us and bring us along through the process. And so I would love maybe Fred, if you could, I don't know if everyone's in the room or if some folks are online. I would love it if everyone on the team would, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves.
So I'll start. I'm Sarah Tully and I'm the town administrator with the town of Mendon.
Larry?
Fred Bagley, member of Mendon on the Move and a longtime Mendon resident.
Larry Crucell, the steering committee, was on the select board for 9 years.
Patty Lancaster, I'm a resident, with Mendon on the Move.
And missing this evening is Seth Bridge, and he is our select board representative from Mendon that is on the committee.
Great. And then our other partners in this, the folks who gave us the grant, and we appreciate them, and they also will provide us input as we move along. Ashley Andrews and Ross Gowan. I don't know if anyone is, if either of them have joined us, but we have interacted with them, and I'm going to give you a little bit of input that we've received from them recently on what we're going to talk about today. Fred, anyone else? I believe there were some other. Oops.
Just like to recognize the presence of Senator Brian Collmore, who nicely joined us, and our local representative, Jim Harrison.
Great. Thank you both for joining us.
Sure.
That's
Pleasure.
great. So the project schedule, this has been the schedule since we kicked off back in May. We are at the alternatives presentation meeting now. And we are going to, from here, come out with a preferred alternative. Hopefully, we will be working with the steering committee at that point on the details of that. And ultimately, it's something that will go to the select board and we'll put together then the final plan, the final report. So the project purpose and need, we'll start with that local concerns meeting recap. So we presented a draft project of purpose and need statement, and some of the things that weren't included in that were the aesthetic improvements and some feedback about lowering the speed limit due to safety concerns in the corridor. During the course of the meeting, we really talked about the existing conditions, what we were looking at out there, what the traffic volumes were, where the crashes had occurred, as well as some natural resource mapping, and then public input. This was a local concerns meeting, so most of the meeting was spent hearing from you folks. What was the concerns? And again, speeding, unsafe pedestrian crossings, access management, big driveways that are difficult to walk across, delivery movements, lack of road markings or protection for those vulnerable users, and just various safety concerns, which I know have continued obviously to be a concern in the corridor. So the project purpose, the purpose of the Town of Mendon US Route 4 corridor scoping study is to identify improvements to enhance safety for all users along and across US Route 4 corridor through the Town of Mendon while enhancing access and aesthetics to the village district and the recreational resources. So it isn't just in kind of the village district. There was some concern also with the number of recreation resources that we have in the corridor and how can we make traveling to them, from them, and along them a little safer. So the needs were, there is no pedestrian and bicycle accommodation. The corridor lacks safe crossings, sidewalks, and bike lanes. In the commercial destinations and recreational resources really make it challenging if you want to cross to access those things. Vehicular traffic calming. The speeds on this corridor are very high. I'm sure that's not a surprise to any of you. And they've been noted as such in the data that's collected by VTrans. Access management and intersection operations. There are a number of locations as we look on the corridor that have giant driveways. And what that does is it leads to uncontrolled movements, I'd say. You don't know if you're walking across that driveway, if someone's going to pull out way over here, what angle they're going to be at. Whereas with the tighter access, it's a more controlled situation. People have to do it more at a 90-degree angle, which makes it a little slower and a little safer. Transit improvements were also mentioned. The corridor is served obviously by the bus, and stops lack any kind of formal accommodation. So the project area is pretty clear. It is the US Route 4 corridor from one end to the other in Mendon. So it goes from Rutland Town to Killington and includes that entire corridor. So after we left the local concerns meeting, we have this purpose and need. I think a couple of overarching themes came up when we started thinking about what our alternatives should be here. So I'm going to just talk about some of these overarching themes to give you something to think about, and we can get into discussion, as I said, later once we start evaluating alternative. The thing with these themes is that they can be applied to any part of the corridor. And so that's why we're kind of bringing them up as a separate thing straight away. So one of those is access management. There's already been, a few times, you've already heard me say something about the large driveways. What we're showing here in this image in green is what could be, let's call it a grass island, to better control some of the access points. This is just taking a spot at Allen Pools and with the orchard across the street to see, can we tighten up some of those driveways? Of course, you have to do it on a case-by-case basis, because someone like Allen Pools, I can't tighten it up like I could a residential driveway, because we still need to allow for the movement of the tractor trailer to pull in and do its thing on their site. Whereas some other driveways, it's more appropriate to go with a narrower opening. But the theme remains the same, that to have that much pavement makes the driver feel while they're driving on US 4 like they're on a bigger highway. I like to, the perfect example of this I find is Killington. When you travel through Killington, because the pavement just keeps going up to those businesses, it feels as wide, it is as wide as the highway. That's why it feels as wide as the highway. And people really lay on the gas there. As soon as you start defining that edge and making people feel a little tighter, it does make people drive a little slower. So this access management will improve the safety for folks walking along US 4, but it will also help to control those speeds. It makes the driver feel like they're in a place and they go a little slower to have something on both sides instead of just additional pavement. Is that a clear concept? People know what we're talking about there? The other thing is safe crossings and transit stops. So that came up, and it is a tougher challenge to accomplish on a corridor as varied as this. At the far left end, we have the village district, and there could be a different type of crossing in a village district maybe than there would be out on US 4. And so what we tried to do here was identify spots that seemed appropriate for potential crossings. And we'll talk a little bit more about how to accommodate transit stops as well. But that's kind of an overarching theme that we would like to try to incorporate as we go through and build the alternatives. A long-term consideration theme is how to treat the climbing lanes. One of the things that I was really struck by was the concern about high speeds. And as I said, the wider the road is, the more comfortable you feel driving it at a higher rate of speed. So we did an analysis of those climbing lanes to make sure they are warranted at all locations. Now, I don't think anyone can deny that once you turn that corner past Sugar and Spice, that is quite a hill. And if you're stuck behind a heavy truck, you're going to go pretty slow and it's going to be frustrating. So there certainly are locations that based on the steepness and the number of trucks, that climbing lanes are very appropriate. However, our evaluations showed that there might be some other stretches along this corridor, and those are shown in green, where it doesn't meet the warrant for a climbing lane. And so we did have a conversation with VTrans about this. And of course, because this grant, as I mentioned, has some limitations, this is really a bicycle and pedestrian study grant. So elimination of a climbing lane is certainly beyond the scope of this study and not something that would be evaluated until a real, a big construction job is done on this segment of US 4. But VTrans did say it isn't off the table in a long-term way. And so that's something that I thought was at least a good potential for a way to slow the traffic down. One of the issues we know is the safety at the other parts of the corridor, not just in the village, has been a problem, especially this summer. And so anything we can do to cause the drivers to travel a little slower, and even if that means sometimes you might be stuck behind a truck, I think it is an advantage towards slowing that traffic down. So again, this isn't something that ultimately will be a buildable project that comes out of this grant, but it is something that we would put in if the group, if the engagement says, yes, we're supportive of that you could put into a long-term recommendation for the agency. So now I'm going to get into those draft alternatives. So we divided the corridor up to, there, a little lag, into 3 segments. So the first segment is what we called the district segment. That's from Town Line Road to Meadow Lake Drive. And that is where we want that village district feel. We want that to be a little different than the more rural segment. Segment 2 is a short segment, but it's an important one because that's a transition between what is the village area and what is the more rural area. And so we wanted to treat that separately and have some conversations specifically about that area. And then the final segment is how do we want to treat from there all the way to the town line. So I won't list them here because I think it's more effective to actually see them. So in segment 1, which is the village, the first alternative is really a low build, I would call it. It's working with the existing pavement to better define space for bicyclists and pedestrians. And the way we can do that is instead of having 14-foot lanes, we don't need 14-foot lanes. A more standard lane width is about 11 to 12 feet. We can constrain the driver with the roadway striping, with the striping to create a little buffer space, and then establishing space on the edge of the road for bicyclists and pedestrians. So this is a lower cost alternative that just does a better job than what you have out there today by making the lane widths narrower to slow the traffic, creating a buffer, which we hope those cars don't drive into. We're telling them where we want them to drive, and we don't want them within 2 feet of our cyclist or our pedestrian, and then defining that space for bicyclists and pedestrians. So as I said, this is more of a low build alternative.
Is this looking west?
This is right now, we are looking west. Yes, this is that ski shop here in the far distance. Mhm.
And Jen, is there width right now to accomplish that in both east and westbound lanes?
There is, yes. So as you'll see in the picture on the left, the existing is about a 14-foot lane in each direction and a 6-foot shoulder. So each side is about 20 feet wide. So I suggest we reallocate it. And this is just at an example location. It varies by, the width varies a little by location. But at this location, if we reallocate that 20 feet on each side to an 11-foot lane, a 2-foot buffer, and a 7-foot shoulder, that does a nicer job of keeping the cars away from you while you're walking on that shoulder or while you're riding your bike on that shoulder.
Does that, sorry.
Yeah.
Does that at all increase the potential for head-on collisions?
No, 11 feet has been, V-Trans is going to 11 feet in most cases. It's shown to be a safe road.
That would
lane.
be a neutral.
And
Yes.
you want the bicycle riders on the opposite side of that line, I would assume, right?
Yes.
In the line.
Correct.
I don't know if it would work for you. Maybe if you put some grooves in certain areas of that would help you out a little
Yeah,
bit too.
that is, it's one of the things that is allowed in the guidance, that in those 2 feet, you can use, rumbles of some sort.
I mean, you don't want to do it in people's
or-
driveways, but
Yep.
in certain open areas, it wouldn't be the worst. idea.
Yeah, the challenge, if
You
you.
could save someone's life driving at night too, you know what I mean?
Yes, yep, yeah, definitely. One of the challenges you run into with doing anything with grooves, though, is the noise they make. So V-Trans tends to get into trouble when they incorporate those near.
When they first did it, which was a really good move, because it
Yeah.
doesn't make people go on the side of the road. I thought people had brake brakes on their
Yeah,
cars.
you hear that loud noise, yeah. But it certainly is something that, that buffer area, you could put that in just to remind people. I mean, it certainly, I will tell you, when you drive in the snow, which we all do, having those on those center lines, when
They're
the
good.
center line, I
Yeah.
mean, the road's covered in snow, you don't know where that double yellow is. It's a nice reminder.
Plus, it's a lot of tourists and other people, some truck drivers, they'll just take the wrong lane and try to
Yep.
keep the momentum going.
Right. There was another.
That was
thing, I
my
think?
question too.
Okay. Okay, so we're clear on this. Is, like I said, I call this a low build because it's a little less expensive working with what we have. So again, in segment 1 in the village district, one of the things we looked at was putting in a 5-foot sidewalk on one side of the street. Now with that, one of the things that V-Trans was concerned about is still maintaining the roadway width. So they want there to be a 6-foot shoulder. And in this case, an 11-foot lane, 11 to 12 feet that they tend to like. But I think in the village district, we'll convince them 11 feet is appropriate. And so that does come out to be 5 feet wider than what we currently have. So I call your attention to that now. We'll get into the evaluation later. That does have an impact. That 5-foot sidewalk then is outside of what is the existing paved width. So if you think of where the pavement ends, starting at that point is where your sidewalk would be. So that does have an impact. It is still within the right of way. It is still within V-Trans property, but it will have a perceived impact by the people who live along that stretch. You'll feel like people walking on that sidewalk are closer to your house than you're used to the traveling public being. Any questions on that? Yes.
How much pedestrian traffic is there? Does it work?
Well, so there isn't a lot of pedestrian traffic now, but I think a lot of that is because of how inhospitable the environment is. And we see people cross between Sugar and Spice and the mini golf, for example. So there are some pedestrians. We know that the coffee shop obviously created a new destination. And there is the hope, I know the steering committee told us, with some potential changes to zoning and more businesses coming in, they want to encourage this sort of environment and create more of a downtown.
Now, this is part of your grant program that you're dealing with this right now?
Yeah, so what ends up to
Is the
talk,
grant big enough to do that, or should you be looking at a TIF?
well, let's talk about the grant process. The grant that we have currently is to do the study and come out with recommended alternatives. That is a tool the town then uses to apply for the next grant for construction. So it is something, when we get to the end, we'll talk a little bit about costs of things. And, you know, you don't want this to be, yes, of course, you could say, yes, we want a shared use path on both sides of the road. In fact, we want grade separated crossings. Let's put bridges over for people to cross. That's great, but that might not be a fundable project. So you know, when we get to that point, we'll talk about, you know, we want this to be a plan that is buildable and implementable ultimately. Which is again why it's important that they would be trans and talk to them about these things. So this is another alternative for segment 1. What this does is it creates that 8-foot shared use path instead of a 5-foot sidewalk. It's now wide enough that someone can be riding their bike on it as well. So that takes that bicycle traffic. If you are a strong cyclist, and we know there's so many out there who ride Route 4 all the time, which is great for them, but not all of us feel that comfortable on Route 4 and would much rather be on a path on the side. So similar to the sidewalk alternative, obviously this does have an impact. This does widen things. And, you know, as such, that does have an impact. But it does help that cyclist, which, you know, the goal, as I said, the purpose and need of this study was to attempt to better accommodate bicyclists and pedestrians both.
Would that extend outside the right of way?
There's still plenty of right of way, yes. So in segment 1, as we talked about climbing lanes, I have 2 things to touch on here. The beginning of it from Town Line Road is warranted. It is steep enough. The truck numbers are high enough. It is appropriate to have a climbing lane. But as we all know, you feel like it closes and then it almost immediately opens back up again. And one of the things that we could do here is close it sooner, which would provide in that village district a you know, lower traveling speed because it would calm the traffic a little bit. So this is certainly something we hope V-Trans will consider as projects move forward. So one of the things I'm going to mention here, as I said, one of our themes is strategic crossings. And when we get into the conversation, we can talk about, like I said, I have been here often enough. I've been to both Sugar and Spice and Mendon Mini Golf often enough, and I just drive through this corridor. I know that I have seen enough pedestrians crossing at that location. It was also suggested to me another potential crossing location, especially if there's a sidewalk or a shared use path on one side of the street, would be down by the orchard in Allen Pools. And so those are 2 locations that folks have brought up to us in public feedback. We can talk about whether those are the right places if we were going to put in crosswalks, or if we should be thinking about other locations. In this location, in a village environment, it would be a striped crosswalk like you're used to seeing here in Broadway.
And do you expect traffic to stop while people are walking through that, or how are you trying to figure that out?
Yeah, I mean, that is the law. We know.
No, I understand.
But what we're trying,
That could be an accident.
of course, and so what we try to do with this is we're trying to slow the traffic with our design and bring in the pavement.
Just because they aspect to it, you know.
Yeah, and if we
Which is
get
same
them
for the cross.
slower, it's then easier for you to see that gap. It's easier for them to see you before they're on top of you. You know, it does make a pedestrian crossing a more safe option.
Those lights they have where you can push a button and they flash.
That is always an option. Yeah, to have that sort of a treatment. We can talk about just in general lighting. I know that's something I think Fred had brought up is, you know, whether lighting was, you know, is lighting appropriate? Isn't it in the right places? And certainly where we expect pedestrians to cross is a very appropriate place to be careful with our lighting.
Have you looked at lighting up that whole road?
I have not looked at it, but that is something that at the end of this, as we get into our discussion about alternatives, that's when we have that conversation, if we think that's something that's appropriate. Because something like lighting and any aesthetic improvements can be added to any of the alternatives. And especially if we do put in a sidewalk or a crosswalk, periodic lighting along it is a nice way to bring drivers' attention to the fact there's an expectation of pedestrians, even if they're not there at the moment, there's the expectation of them being there. All right, if there wasn't any technical question on segment 1, I'm going to move into segment 2. Anything pop up online yet, Rose? Okay. All right, so again, this is what I call the transition zone from Meadow Lake to Medway. There we go. And so right now, this is just a screenshot of a certain spot that's 44.5 feet wide. One of the things I don't like about this area is the 15.5 foot lane and the 6.5 foot shoulder. How many of us have seen someone fade over to the right and someone, they'll be driving two abreast here? That is what we don't want, because that is everyone jockeying to go faster. And so that is definitely a problem. And an 11-foot shoulder becomes a problem at times too, because you can have someone think that that is a lane as well. So although it's great to have a generous shoulder to make a cyclist or a pedestrian feel safe, they don't feel safe if a car comes down it, because 11 feet is wide enough to be a lane. So this is, again, kind of the lighter alternative, because it still works with the width we have. It reallocates that width. Now, because again, the width varies in this transition zone significantly, what I've put here is we could go with a 12-foot lane, and we could have a minimum of a 2-foot buffer, again, to define that space for pedestrians, and a minimum of a 6-foot shoulder. The buffer space, however, as the road widens, the buffer and that shoulder space can get bigger. What we want to do is not necessarily have a 2-foot buffer into really, really wide space. I don't want someone to think it's a lane. We want to balance. We want it to be clear. This is too narrow to be a lane. This is the buffer, and the bikes and the peds are on the other side of that. And one of the things I would like to do in this segment, if we can, is make the line striping match what we want. That until they're out of this transition zone, it doesn't widen so that folks can use it in 2 lanes as they're getting their speed on and going up the hill. We want to keep it in a single lane and keep the speeds low in this transition zone.
You ever crosshatch an area? Because I've seen a lot of people use the shoulder thinking it's a lane, and it's pretty scary.
Most definitely. Yes. So there's you'll see some markings actually in the next concept that define that. And one of the things you do, especially if you're trying to transition from what will be a high speed as you're coming down the hill into the village district, which we're hoping we're really going to lower that speed, you paint those lines so they get closer, so that you feel like you're accelerating, even if you're keeping your same speed. And that is another effective tool to work with the drivers.
John, if you put lines on the opening there, because everyone's thinking of the lane, but if you just put some yellow lines through it, it would probably stop people from doing that.
Right. Yeah. Even the double line is very effective, because if there's a single line, it could be just a lane line. Once it's 2, it does cue folks that it's something different. So one of the things we also talked about is in this transition zone, should we do something like striping with delineated markings there? Should we do something with either banners or signage or something? So this is the same this is the same like lane configuration as I showed before, but it's just, should we do other things to make people realize they're arriving at a place? Because that does tend to make people slow down. And I'm going to give some other example. Those were just a few examples. So these are other gateway treatment examples that people use, whether it's fencing, whether it is a line of planted trees, that makes you feel like you're in a place, whether it's banners, whether it's lighting. There's a number of options there, and we can talk about that when we get to discussion, but that's alternative 2 is really about, we can do whatever we want with the striping, but how else can we communicate to the driver they've arrived somewhere? Because this section, I don't think is appropriate for pedestrian treatment. It's very steep, it's, drops off, it doesn't call out for that sort of arrival. We want them to realize they're arriving at a place in a different way. And so we're going to try to think of what cues we could do. So that's our second alternative. And then our third alternative is, again, looking at what we can do with widths and how we could, if we did tighten it up, as I showed you before, we had on that one, a minimum of 2 feet in the buffer up to 4 feet. Shoulder was a minimum of, I think, 6 feet, and it could be, if we kept the widths narrow here in this example for, you can see the red shading is 2.5 feet of the road goes away. Basically, should we make the road physically narrower? Is there an opportunity in this transition zone to really make the driver feel like they're being tightened and they need to go slower to communicate to them? And so in this situation, it's not just striping the edge to edge, it's should we actually narrow that a little so they feel a little more constrained as they're coming into this zone? Any questions on segment 2?
We had a question online about segment 1. It was asked if the shared use path or sidewalk would be from Meadow Lake Drive to Town Line Road and what would happen to the cyclists and pedestrians once that ended, if that alternative was chosen.
So that can be determined today. We laid it out as if it would be that entire length to answer that question. And in situations where you have a shared use path that isn't leading to something else, you do typically sign that and you think about where the folks are going to want to go at the end. So do you put a turnaround at the end, or do you assume that they may head down Meadow Lake Road, or, you know, what is it that they want to do at that point, and think about where else they can go, whether it's just for recreation and they'll U-turn and go back, or whether, but either way, we would sign it that the path would end.
Just for discussion, we also thought that it was a safe access to get off of Route 4 and go down Park Lane into Post Road in Rutland Town and be able to access their recreational area. And then they're doing a sidewalk project off of Post Road. So I think we're not the only town looking at this. Killington is underway with a study similar to this on Route 4 as well. So I would expect that Rutland Town may be interested in doing something similar as well before you get down into Rutland City.
And can you go back one slide to the one where you reduce the total width by 2 feet? Are there guardrails and stuff in that would?
Yes, and so in this
So
case, we wouldn't suggest to eliminate the guardrails, but I mean, if you were to
you have to move the guardrails in, is that a?
you don't, because the guardrails are still protecting from the hazard. The hazard is the steep bank.
Yeah,
So in that case, the guardrails can stay where they are. It's just a matter of if it is gravel for those last 2 feet, even if you were to go astray, you would, you know, the idea is you still feel like you are narrowed.
So there's no federal requirement that the guardrails have to be at the edge of the pavement. There can be a 2-foot buffer or something.
There certainly can, yes. I mean, in a lot of cases, guardrail are even on the other side of, you know, pedestrian facility. I mean, all right, getting into segment 3. So to start out with, segment 3, as we know, looks a lot like this most of the time. And so this is that same kind of low build that we talked about. This is reallocating that existing pavement to make the lanes slightly narrower so that we're able to get that buffer and to get that 6-foot shoulder. And depending on the area, in some places, I can tell you again, much like segment 2, that buffer and that shoulder could be pretty sizable because the roadway width is very significant. But this does a better job of not creating what feels like a lane. For example, you know, the 7 feet in existing, you have a 12-foot lane, a 12.5-foot lane, and then a 7-foot shoulder. That does feel like those are highway dimensions. You feel like you can drive it like you're on I-89. And so if we are to narrow the lanes and put in that narrow buffer to just provide that that space between the cyclists and the pedestrians and the traveling public, that's again that low build alternative. Okay, alternative 2 is hard to see, but it is an 8-foot shared use path on the north side. Now, one of the things that we'll get into, there's a bunch of evaluation that we talk about impacts. As you might imagine, there are some impacts. We can easily accommodate an 8-foot shared use path within the right of way. The right of way here is incredible. Was it 30 feet outside of the pavement width on each side?
Yeah, like 25 to 35.
Yeah, so there's 25 to 30 feet of right of way beyond what is currently paved. So we are able to accommodate this. What we would suggest is a shared use path that would not be located right next to the road. Obviously, it's safer if it's a little separated, and it'll be a nicer path to travel if it's a little separated. However, you'll see, and I think it might be my next slide, there are some constraints we'd have to think about. When we think about a shared use path, though, we were thinking about what we had talked about here and what our purpose and needs said. In the locations where it may be appropriate for a shared use path would be between the new Forest Service headquarters, where we expect there to be a hub of activity and people that are going hiking. Excuse me. We know also that obviously at the other end of the corridor, there is the Appalachian Trail, the Long Trail, the Catamount Trail, and soon we're going to have the Belmont Trail passing through this area. So looking at what an 8-foot shared if you were at the local concerns meeting, you've seen this graphic, and this calls out some of those things I just mentioned. The Forest Service headquarters is located down here, the Vista Senior Living and the Killington Resort Housing in the middle. And then further up is where the Appalachian Trail and the Long Trail Crossing is. This is the resource mapping that I shared. Although it's hard to see the key, you can tell that there are a number of wetlands in the bright green. There are a number of river, brook, etc. crossings. There are certainly some hazards. Now, talking to permitting experts, this is still something that is permittable. It is possible. It will have some impacts to wetlands, but those impacts will be linear and will be on an existing transportation corridor. So they are likely to be approved. And in addition, we have the flexibility, although we would like a larger buffer if we did put in a shared use path, we have the ability to move it closer to the road. The road edge in a lot of places has almost a 10-foot shoulder and then a 10-foot like gravelly area that's pretty much graded. So we could get pretty close to the edge of road and have very little impact to wetlands as a result. So, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Ultimately, a path like this, we're showing it for about 2.5 miles, does have obviously a cost associated with it. And we'll get into some of that in the evaluation. We also thought about a shared use path on the south side. I am so sorry. I have a tickle in my throat now.
We did have another question online, just about segment 2, and if there could be an option for creating a separated path near the river. So bikes and pets aren't up on that section of Route 4.
That is probably an option, but we have to look at, there is certainly a part, as we know, where the river is within the right of way. And so that may be possible. The exact alignment would have to be worked out as it were to move along. If that is the preferred alternative, we do a little bit of looking at what that potential alignment could look like. And that is appropriate, but obviously where the river crosses outside of the right of way, it becomes a little bit more difficult because that land is not under V-Trans control. So this contemplated the shared use path on the south side. Similar issues, similar resource, constraints, but the right of way is generous and it certainly is a potential alternative.
How do you get over the culverts? There's some huge culverts going up on that road.
Well, I would liken it to the existing, the way the Long Trail is handled. You can do a really low profile bridge for something like a path, or put in a smaller culvert or, an appropriately sized culvert, depending on where exactly it's going to be. But it is certainly a challenge. And in some cases, especially when the Mendon Brook is big, it may have to come up by the road for a bit.
I mean, some of the culvert on my store is probably, bigger than the ceiling. You know,
Yeah,
it'd be
and one
like-
of the things we'd have to look at too is, what is the life cycle? Where are those culverts in their life cycle? And is it appropriate? Is there a time coming where they're gonna be replaced anyway? Could they be sized to accommodate?
Or you can go over them. I don't know how you do it. I'm just.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
definitely, it's certainly a consideration. Any other questions? on the
Could you
shared
just,
path?
review on each of the three alternatives?
Mhm.
What, if it's going to be on one side or the other side, what about the cyclists who are going in the opposite direction?
Yeah, so in any of these alternatives, we would still have much like, we wouldn't be changing the roadway configuration. So we would probably still propose something like this for the roadway configuration to define space on Route 4. Because you are always going to have a cyclist who prefers to be on the road and not be on the path where there's a lot of pedestrians walking. You will have that cyclist who wants to get speed and act almost more like a car.
And I was thinking of cyclists who are using the pavement on one side of the road,
Yep.
yet don't want to cross over the
Mhm.
traffic just to get on the
Right.
selected path on the other side.
Entirely possible. And in this case, we're still trying to define that space with buffers on the road.
Thank you.
They vary the widths pretty wildly on that road though, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, they really do.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, and so that's something, obviously, I think, I think it's obvious, but we'll see if you all agree. That, moving forward in a long-term situation, that we would really want them to be a little more careful about what those lane widths would be. And again, to manage the shoulder, if the shoulder is gonna stay as wide as it is, let's make sure it's defined with a buffer to provide that extra space. Because if you are within 3 feet of a tractor trailer going by you, you don't feel so good, So you really want to define that buffer space. Any other questions? All right, and then we get into. So one of the other things we talked about were bus stops. Now, bus stops are a little bit more complicated because again, this segment is a real rural segment. And there isn't a location or an appropriate place to put a bus shelter that's going to be outside of V-Trans's clear zone that they like to maintain. So one of the things that we were thinking about, and there is one in the study area, but it is not as good. So the far left picture is, a pull-off that's in the study area, just right near Willardville Road. That pull-off, however, is very long, and you can, at a high rate of speed, pull into that pull-off. That is not what we're proposing here. What we would be talking about is one of the other two on the right, which are two others that are located on Route 4 that I was familiar with. They are very tight. If you're in a car and you want to pull into that pull-off, you have to be going about 10 miles an hour to pull into it. It's very short. It comes up on you. And the way it is designed does not allow for a car to enter it at a high rate of speed without them hitting the guardrail. And so what we would propose, and V-Trans would be amenable to, is especially at Old Turnpike Road, which is really the location that has someone waiting for the bus the most often that I've seen it, and we've gotten the information from the bus and it's confirmed. That's really the stop. Other stops have a person occasionally, but this is the location that very consistently has transit, folks waiting for transit or getting dropped off. I would propose something on the far side from Old Turnpike that just provides a little bit of space there for the driver, for the person waiting for transit, but also does it in a way that V-Trans can allow it, but that it is not appropriate for someone to enter at a high rate of speed. That the driver would not be tempted to use it in some way so that it is a safe space for a pedestrian to stand.
And did you look at turnarounds at all in that road? Because that's a big problem too.
We did not. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a little bit beyond the scope of.
Yeah, no, I just, I just know, I mean, I have people do it in my driveway all the time, which I don't really care. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal. But it seems to be a problem with people,
There's
they
a
get their
need,
keys
yeah.
or something like that, and they have to turn around, which would,
Maybe we can slow them down so they don't miss their turn.
yeah.
So one of the things we talked about is in this segment, if I were to put in strategic crossings, where would I put them and how would I do them? So and again, we can get into a debate later, but the locations I identified is obviously that existing Appalachian Trail Long Trail crossing. We know all summer there's people crossing there. Another location is at Mendon Mountain View, with the discussions that Vista may be converted as well to resort housing. If that ends up happening and there's cross traffic, there's a carless population at both locations who work together up on the mountain. There may be pedestrians crossing there. And there may be some folks associated with the forest headquarters that are catching the bus, or, whether it's they work there or they went there when they're hiking some of the trail or something, that may become a destination.
Plus you got the road across from it too.
Yes, and there's, yep, Woodward Road across the street from it. So those were a couple of locations I identified. We certainly can talk about those a little bit more as we move along, and we'll talk about what those impacts would be. And again, as I said, that long-term consideration, something that V-Trans could keep in the back of their minds for when they reconstruct this road. You'll see in segment 3, there is an area that's, now, although for that stretch, things are pretty flat, and that could be a candidate for eliminating the climbing lane. It is only a half a mile long. It's less than half a mile, I believe. It is not long enough to transition that climbing lane in and really have any distance to travel before you have to transition it back out again. So we do not suggest that it be eliminated in that segment. However, there is what I believe is about 2.5 miles or something to that effect of additional climbing lane that makes sense if we can eliminate it, to be able to eliminate it. And that would, in that far section of the corridor, might help us to be able to narrow the road and slow the traffic down. And although there still would be climbing lane through a big chunk of Mendon, if it's slower and calmed at one end and slower and calmed at the other end, maybe that changes kind of the way the driver is approaching driving through this corridor. Again, this is a longer term consideration, and this is something beyond the scope of this project, but is something that came to mind to me when we were really concerned about speeds and how do we change the character of the road. Now, I'm going to bore you to death with a million charts here. The evaluation matrix. So this first one is particularly important, which is thinking about cost, safety, and community character in segment 1. And so as you can see, in general, all of our alternatives bring us some improvement. Defining the space better or providing a separate facility is going to make bicycles to the pedestrian feel a little safer. It can, in some cases, improve the aesthetic. It does satisfy the purpose and need of this study. Every alternative gives us some positive. The cost associated with alternative 1, which is working with just changing pavement markings, obviously is less than an alternative that provides a sidewalk or a shared use path. Any questions so far? We can come back.
If you're doing the first part that's cheaper,
Yes.
can you develop that into a second part? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you lay out X amount of dollars, and if it seems to be working, you can push it into the other area?
Certainly.
Okay.
That is something that ultimately we can talk about, is how to phase improvements as well. If there's something that you like here, but that you think, if we want to be competitive to get another grant, maybe we go for this and we see it. Do pedestrians start using the corridor? And if so, we go for that. We can talk about some of that as well. All right, in segment 2, which is our transition zone, alternative 1, again, was working with the current width and making some changes. Alternative 2 is considering some placemaking. And again, that could be a wide variety of things, depending on what you all are interested in. We thought banners or, something to define your arriving at the town, and then the delineated markings, and again, providing the buffering for the shoulders. Any questions on that? Okay, and then the third one is the rural segment. Now, again, alternative 1 does start to improve things for cyclists and pedestrians by defining space. The other alternatives, in a bigger way, meet the purpose and need, because obviously if you allow those cyclists and pedestrians to be in a separate facility, it's safer for them. Then we start talking about those anticipated impacts. As I have laid out to you, the right of way in this corridor is very generous. So we don't anticipate our alternatives having an impact on the right of way. We don't anticipate much of an impact to utilities. There could be some depending on where we're going to try to avoid the wetlands, which is also identified as a potential impact. Depending on the alignment, there are some utilities there that, there's some overhead wires that we need to work around those poles, et cetera. Any impact, as I said, would likely be on the lower side. But those impacts, there is a potential for that because unlike working in the roadway footprint, we are getting further out. In segment 2, we really are not proposing to make the road further out. The road is plenty wide, and our alternatives we have presented here today are trying to make it feel narrower and trying to define it. So the impacts really are nothing in this area, with the exception of the cost that we've already talked about. And then in segment 3, there are a little bit more. There are some agricultural lands that need to be considered. There's wetlands that need to be considered for potential impacts. We do have plenty of right of way. That is not an issue. But there are going to be new impervious surfaces. So that is something that is just something we need to keep track of. And, we can talk a little bit about that, as far as we do permitting. Okay, then there's the anticipated permitting. Now, most things are not anticipated in segment 1 because we are working in an area that does not have much in the way of environmental or resource constraints as the rest of the corridor did. And in many cases, we're keeping our footprint pretty close to what it is. We're just going slightly outside. So the permitting is not anticipated to be significant in segment 1. As we get into segment 2 as well, we're staying in our same footprint. We're not expecting issues with permitting. Permitting that should be pretty straightforward. Segment 3, however, though, when we're talking about a separate shared use path, alternative 2 and 3 end up having some more permitting implications. And there are certainly some things we need to be thinking about if we go forward with those. Again, talking with a permitting specialist about those. There was nothing here that was a big alarm, as I said, like through the engineering process, given the amount of right of way available, chances are that permits could be, sought and obtained. But again, it's just something else to be considering as we move forward.
And if you're increasing impervious area, wouldn't you be subject to stormwater permit?
Yeah, didn't I? I thought that
The
was
operational, not the construction.
was the wrong one. Oh, yes, the wrong one was highlighted. Sorry about that, Nicole. Yeah. Okay. Now we will have some public input. As I outlined, Elizabeth is online and Rose is monitoring that as well. If there is input that folks online want to give, we'd love to hear from you as well. But we'd love to hear from everyone in the room what we're thinking about, what sounds good, what sounds bad, what are we reacting to? This is where we try to get that feedback on alternatives so that we can understand what direction to head in for a preferred alternative to move forward. Yes.
So I'm a fairly new resident to Mendon. I've only been here a few years, and I absolutely love it. But where I lived previously, I had the joy of sitting in on several meetings like this. My question to start before I go through my thoughts is, where does Mendon see ourselves as a town 25 to 30 years from now? Because in my opinion, that should be the guide star for, does, pedestrian space on the side of the road make sense? Or are we trying to recruit people to come and visit the town? Are we trying to recruit businesses? Are we trying to create a walking space and connect the rural area to the more populated village area so that we create more of a destination? I don't know if anyone from the town can speak to that.
Well, I have a reference that you should look at, and it's called Mendon on the Move. If you haven't seen it yet, it is quite a process. I wasn't a part of it, but it's very impressive. They formed subcommittees. They really delved into topics, just like you're asking about, as to where they saw each other. And I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just briefly discuss the Mendon on the Move project. Out of that came two priorities that the town set for ourselves. And one was boosting outdoor recreation. So we are keeping our eyes open on how to increase opportunities to boost outdoor recreation in Mendon. And we think that some of these alternatives will help facilitate that. And then the second one was the reinvention of Route 4 and safety. The reinvention and safety of Route 4, I think, is the terminology. And so those of us that have been here a long time have seen the decline of businesses along Route 4. That has impacted the grand list and increased property taxes for residents. The Vista View reinvention of that building from a hospitality business to the Vista Senior Living is an example of thinking outside the box and where is Mendon going. We do have a town plan that does get updated, and we have the zoning that is slated to be updated. They're gonna apply for a municipal planning grant this year in order to update our zoning regulations. So really looking at what's in those regulations to broaden the ability for development or reinvention of Route 4 is what, those will be looked at as well with the planning commission. So,
And going back one step further, for those who weren't involved, the town applied for a grant through the Vermont Council on Rural Development to decide what could we do with our downtown section. And we were denied because we didn't have a downtown. And in everybody's definition of what we were a highway town, we were a pass-through town, or a missed town, depending on who was describing us. So the Vermont Council on Rural Development said, you're not a town, you don't qualify to decide what to do with your town. But about 6 months later, they came back to us on their initiative and said, we thought about it a little bit more. There's lots of towns in our state that don't have downtowns. And we need to help those towns who just are highway towns, missed towns, pass-through towns. So they came back to us, worked over the course of the year to develop the Mendon on the Move. And all those projects came out of it. So COVID whacked us a little bit, no doubt about it. But, the document, that thinking has it's all there. This is, then with that Vermont Council on Rural Development initiative, we were then applied for the grant to got these folks to come here and look at what we can do, at least on the Route 4 part of it. So taking a while.
Thank you. So phenomenal work that's been put in, and I hate that I missed the first meeting on this, but I was out of the country. So a couple of questions that I would have would be, if we're looking at the first section and the third section, potentially having a shared use pathway, even though section 2 is a little steeper, would it not make sense for that to be a continuous pathway promoting cycling from town all the way up, and being able to connect maybe all the way up to the Irish pub and back. And there is your destination trip. I'm gonna ride my bike up to the Irish pub, come back and get ice cream, at mini golf. The next one would be, from an impervious surfaces standpoint, could that multi-use trail be more of a carriage trail, pea gravel type setting? And then we're getting away from having to deal with the impervious surfaces permitting and reducing the cost because paving just needs to be regraded in the spring. Another, mostly from a safety standpoint, because I really wanted to make sure this got brought up. As we're looking at this stretch, what could be done at the corner of Journey's End and 4? particularly the northwest corner. So if you were coming out of Journey's End Road and turning right onto 4, that corner, the visibility is dangerous. And I know that that road has changed and evolved over the years. There are now a lot of young drivers on that road and there are children, so there will be a continuous flow of young drivers on that road. Can we take it back to DOT to look at cutting the trees on that northwest corner and maybe shading down the hillside a little bit? Especially now that it's mowed on the northeast corner, you can see a whole lot better. And if we had greater visibility there, then we're reducing the likelihood of accidents. So that's my safety thing to throw out.
Yeah, well, and I'm happy to address that. Your comments on a continuous path or whatever, that's what this discussion is about. Is that something? So I'll leave that to everyone to discuss, but safety is outside, the safety for drivers is outside of the scope of what I'm doing here today. However,
that it also impacts safety of pedestrians.
But I would advise you and your elected officials that there is power in contacting V-Trans and requesting them to look at sightlines. Safety is a big thing. The history this summer has been really bad here in Mendon. This is a bad corridor. So I would say don't think just because that's beyond the scope of what I'm doing here, that there isn't something else that could be done to evaluate sightlines, because that is a very specific, you're not asking them to rebuild the whole road. You're asking them to maybe do a little grading, trim back some vegetation, et cetera. That is certainly something that should be considered given what has happened this summer with the number of crashes and just the historic crash rate here.
Yes.
Just a couple quick thoughts. You're gonna do the bike path all along, in the road width changing, travel lane. Doesn't that have to be done also in conjunction with Killington and Rutland Town? And I guess I'd be afraid coming up to Rutland Town, I don't know what the width is, but let's just say it's the 14 feet or 15 feet, and all of a sudden it goes to 11 feet, in the same way on the Killington and also on the bike path, which is in the, where is now the break-in. Seems to me some continuation, through that corridor. People don't know where the town lines are.
True.
It's not that. In regards to the safety question, if we're going to make changes to the road, that is the time. If there needs to be a turning lane or if there's, I guess none of us know what the traffic would be in and out of the new federal building. In Journey's End has been a issue for a while.
Sure, without a doubt. As far as the question about as you change jurisdictions, you are right. It can be, the cyclist, especially if all of a sudden the shoulder just becomes a shoulder and they don't have that protection anymore, that is jarring. But as was pointed out, Killington is looking at their own trail connection study, and they're looking at in there and again downtown, because they're in a similar situation. They don't have much of a presence. They're trying to build that by moving their town office and doing some of the same things we're talking about here, defining edges, a little better access control. So there's a number of things Killington is thinking about doing. And so it is the only way you end up with a sidewalk network in a city is when someone builds that first sidewalk. It might go to nowhere, but eventually if everybody, builds that sidewalk, and I think that's what we would be trying to do here. Now, the alternatives I presented was trying to figure out where those key destinations are currently or proposed. And so, which is why I left that middle segment out, but you're right. If that is something that is really important to the town, then that can be the preferred alternative. But I just looking at it from an analysis point of view, think it's more appropriate to think I'm connecting this recreational destination to this recreational destination, or I'm doing it in the village. But, again, this is, what your preferences are, and it's time to have those discussions. But I wouldn't be afraid of doing something that slows the traffic here, especially in your village district, because that's what you want to do. And even along the whole corridor. The corridor is currently driven at about 60 miles an hour in the segments. And that's not what we want. So what we have isn't working. And if we want it to change, we have to start thinking how we can engineer it to change.
Just for a little history, I'm Ellen Fryer, I live on Journey's End. And my husband was retired state police. And he identified that coming down the mountain when we have to turn to Journey's End, that could there potentially be better signage? Because trucks like sail down. Like you either have to keep going down the mountain or risk your life. So we went to V-Trans and they took some time and they came back and they told him that there wasn't enough statistics. My husband was thinking public safety prevention, and apparently there weren't enough deaths for them to consider just doing a bit more signage there. You know, and it was very similar to 89 when there was no rumble strip. I couldn't tell you how many times I talked with the Commissioner of Public Safety about the amount of deaths. And it wasn't until the family of 5 got killed that they put rumble strip in. So if you think prevention, it doesn't seem to be accepted, because I understand about data and all that kind of stuff. But that was the response that he got. And he's a guy that gave 28 years of his life to public safety, all over the state. He also drove north on 100 to go to Waterbury for the state police. He then got Rockingham and drove south. And the bikers, it's unbelievable. His suggestion was, if the state is going to adjust the highway for bikers, then there should be a license fee and accountability. And then it comes to what is the price and who's going to do the law enforcement. So I just wanted to input that because it's not a new issue and it's been addressed. And so I got, a nurse working in ICU, how many head injuries, how many spinal cord injuries do you have to see on a highway in order to, what's the number you're looking for the statistics? I'm just curious, you had 3 deaths.
Yeah, they're very high this summer.
Believe me, I understand. And it's right, but the Woodard Road kind of thing. And there's so many factors, right?
But I will point out to you, the safety climate at V-Trans has changed significantly in recent years. They are taking a much more systemic approach because the fatalities that are occurring are more on rural roads. They are people leaving the road. And they're aware of this. And because those types of crashes tend to be one crash at a location, the statistics don't bear it out. But what the statistics tell us is on certain types of roads, there are more fatalities. V-Trans is trying to take a more proactive approach. And so it might be a better time to ask that question and look for some support.
To accept all information, and you don't need to always say, this is in the beginning.
Yes.
This is fabulous.
Yes.
And I do compliment, I'm sure that someone in our town contacted Portland City, and as you go out on a road, all of that landscaping has been totally cleared. And that is like a blessing. And it was such a practical thing. Initially we had our road people, and not our road people, our residents on our road. We took out our instruments and went down there to try to cut it lower. But then there was one area that it was a landowner right by the house there to the left. And that was a different property line. So, but however, I compliment the work that has been done, and I appreciate the work that's in the future.
For sure, all of us who live in Mendon can count numerous near misses.
Yeah.
Right? But that's not quite the statistic yet, but how many times pulling out.
I think that's a good point. It's probably a good time to revisit it, especially after this summer.
We were talking about, I like some of your suggestions. I think they're great, but lowering the speed limit would take people go slower. It's pretty basic.
The statistics actually don't show that though. People drive how they feel comfortable driving.
I understand, but when you're in the 45 mile an hour zone, you're doing 50. When you're in that 50 mile an hour zone, you're doing 60. That's I mean, I'm outside my store all day. I see how many people are flying by.
Oh,
that thing.
definitely.
I mean, I had 2 people die in front of the store this year.
But the
It's
best
a
way,
dangerous road. If you think of putting bike paths and people on the side, and then you're gonna tighten the lane, one little mistake, you're killing people on that road at that speed.
right, but the idea is to engineer it so that the driver drives it differently. Where we want to engineer the solution to get the speeds to go down.
Even at 50 miles an hour, if you're gonna have bikers and hikers walking by, it's dangerous. That's dangerous, even at 50,
Yeah, but
if they did the speed limit.
if you're talking about the shoulder alternative, I mean, the fact of the matter is there is some carless population. There are some people who are waiting for that bus or who are out there biking currently.
Killington Pico place, because they have, some of the, elder people in there, that's a big bus stop
Yeah.
over there too. But, I just wanted to know in town, there's squatters going around, so be careful. If you have a vacated building, put up a no trespassing sign on it so the cops could do something about it. The Thai road was loaded with them, they were renting it out. We got rid of them for now, but I think they're in the back building now. Just give you the heads up. I noticed them because they were on the bus stop. With their imaginary bus stop.
May I ask a question? So is lowering the speed limit off the table or is that?
Yeah, lowering the speed limit is not typically done because all you do by lowering the speed limit is, provide law enforcement with a way to write more tickets. It very rarely actually lowers the travel speed on the roadway.
So, and that's been proven in Mendon. So we have been dedicated for the last 20 years of trying to slow traffic down on Route 4 by policing it, and it hasn't worked. We all know it hasn't worked.
I understand that, but
And so visually, we have to get inside the brains of the drivers and see what it's like, how to calm the traffic so that it doesn't feel like they're driving that freeway.
we all drive on that road. When you're in that 45 mile an hour zone, you're not doing 60 miles an hour.
Right, but
So even if it's wide or skinny, whatever.
But why? But hold on.
So, because you're so afraid of the ticket, if you go to the 50 mile an hour zone, you think of nothing of doing 60, 65 mile an hour.
I'm arguing with you. The
Yeah.
reason in the 45 mile an hour zone, you drop it slower is the houses are closer to the road. There's mailboxes right there. The lanes are narrower.
Killington's business is a 40, you're coming up the hill, then you're at 50 again.
I know, but I'm
It's-
saying it really is, the character in the village district is different, and that is why you're driving it differently. You are going 60 miles an hour through Killington. That's actually what the data shows. And it is because it is.
You're not at the bottom when you come down to 40 mile an hour
Yeah.
zone, you're not.
Oh,
right,
yes.
but when you go through Bridgewater, you get to Bridgewater and the houses start to get closer to the road. And no, you don't want to go 25 through there, but you do not want to go 60 through there.
Well, usually there's cops.
Right.
I mean, the sign that you put up is great, but it should have been written a little differently, saying, radar strictly enforced on this road, slow down. It's pretty much a basic thing. They had some weird sayings on it that you didn't understand what the hell was saying.
So, and that's V-Trans.
Yeah.
If I
It's
can
weird,
make
you know, it's like, what the hell does this
the
mean?
alternatives, because we do tonight want to come out of this with a direction for alternatives. Changing the speed limit is beyond the control here. What we can do though is potentially set you up with preferred alternative that is buildable and could make some change.
So if you were to create a situation where the atmosphere, or however you want to call it, conditions suggest you go slower, would the speed limit ever get lowered in that case?
Yes.
Okay.
So they set the speed limit based on the 85th percentile speed. The speed limit is set by how drivers feel like they should travel or by density. So in some communities where it's very, very dense, the speed limit changes, or if you're in a school zone. There's certain locations where even if you feel like you could drive faster, they say, no, you should drive slower. But if the road is designed to accommodate a fast speed, that is how the speed limit is set, is by how you're driving it.
I have two things. One is, live on Woodard Road, which is directly opposite the entrance to the new forestry headquarters, which is beautiful, but it's directly across. And coming uphill, there are 2 lanes. Going downhill, there's only 1. Those of us who live there and experience turning onto Route 4 in various conditions are very concerned that there's going to be a problem once both things are open. If you're coming downhill and you want to turn right, that would be one thing. If you're coming downhill and want to turn left onto Woodard Road, and you have a whole bunch of skiers behind you, and there's no way to tell people that this is now a major, essentially an intersection. At the very least, there should be signage. At the very least, there should be, I don't know, a flashing yellow light. But I really would recommend that in terms of the intersections, you look very carefully at that, because so far, all we've had are construction trucks moving in there while they're building it. And I don't know how much traffic and there will be once it's open, but it's a potential dangerous place.
So
Plus you might have kids that were over there. if they're doing that.
that is a safety concern, as far as an intersection, it could be a part of a request to V-Trans to when you're looking at safety, looking at signing in advance for that. But again, not anything that I can do with the scope of this study. I'd be happy to run through the alternatives again to remind folks of what it is we're really talking about tonight and what is within the control of the study. Sure, go ahead.
I'm hearing a lot of the same concerns. And to bring it back to what you're talking about, my suggestion would be alternative 3 through the entire stretch. Because we are narrowing the lanes, we're slowing vehicles, and we're providing a space for pedestrians that has a buffer zone that addresses the concerns of, if we only lower the speed so much by this constrained environment, do we really want pedestrians that close to vehicles? So if you're looking for opinions on what to do, there's mine.
There's been several comments online too about having a path separated from the road as the preferred alternative.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Again, I'm happy to run through the alternatives if you want to see an image of them again. I don't think I've heard from folks on this side.
I was gonna say, this is also an opportunity for Mendon to make Mendon more desirable in the different ways that we would like to make this more desirable. I can't say for everyone, but there's, I think for many of us, we kind of love the fact that we're a pass-through town, like there's not too much going on, but at the same time, it would be nice if there's a little bit like gentler lifestyle on Route 4 and it wasn't so hyper and everything. And then also that could, in my mind, produce an environment where people do want to come in, either ourselves or other people want to come in and we have the properties that aren't being utilized and create more businesses and make Mendon a bit more of a destination than it has been. So the more we do to beautify and slow down and give access to as many, make it as inclusive as possible, then we could have more desirability for things to happen.
I think
Okay.
there was
No,
someone else
it's
whose
just a-
hand was up.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. My name's Kat. I'm coming from Pulteney. I'm mostly here to listen, but also a bike mechanic. And so tons of folks in my community are going up and down that road all the time. I am curious just from a research perspective, why bollards or any type of barriers, the height of a car, haven't been proposed as an in-between, as a solution that is cheaper than alternative 3, but perhaps more like visually safe than alternative 1, and also it gives drivers a little bit more fear of damage to their vehicles.
Typically, that is a feature that is used in a more urban setting where speeds are lower.
Sure.
At a location like this, it isn't that typical, and part of the issue is the maintenance of them.
Sure.
Because they do, even in an urban setting, they get struck and need to be replaced, and they create a challenge for paving and how they are attached to the pavement. In some cases, reduces the life cycle of the pavement. So there is definitely a few things that make it a less desirable alternative here, but you're right, it would help to define that kind of idea to make the car feel a little more constrained and that visual line between the car and the cyclist. But it isn't something that is typically used in a rural setting. Well,
Plowing would also be.
oh, plowing, definitely. Yes, they have it on before the winter for sure, yeah. Anyone I haven't heard from?
Oh, I wanted just to address the, not any particular segment, but just that the road have continuity as it goes through Mendon, so that the surface is going to be clean and smooth for cyclists, because there are, any cyclist who is interested in going all the way to Killington, is going to be looking for a clean, smooth surface, not any segments with gravel, because it's just gonna slow that person down and take energy. And also people who commute to any place work along that, along in Mendon or along the road are not interested in, doing it for the fun of it. They have to do it, and they're looking for the same safety features as well as the same ease of pedaling and the safety of pedaling. And one more thing, and there would be the recreational cyclists who may be thinking about, well, I want to ride up to Wheelerville, ride up to Wheelerville Road and do some gravel, and that's a very attractive route. But the safety factor is a critical factor, keeping almost every cyclist that I know from doing it right now. So in improving Mendon and Route 4, the more that is done, the more attractive that, riding on Route 4 is going to become as an objective to get into other places in Mendon.
So it does sound like I'm hearing some support for a shared use path alternative. Do we have a feeling for whether it on the north side or on the south side makes the most sense? I would say there's some arguments for either. On the north side is where the forest headquarters is. On the south side is Willowville Road, as you just pointed out. I mean, there are certainly some destinations on either. Does one stand out to this group as?
I think you have less buildings on your north side than you do on the south side, I believe.
I'm not sure if I've counted the buildings, but I think as far as resources are concerned, I think the north side was a little bit better, a little.
I'm just
Fewer
thinking of
wetlands,
buildings.
fewer crossings, but does that help you get to destinations? And one of the things that we didn't get into is the challenge that we have with crossings in that high-speed environment. V-Trans will not put in a crosswalk on a 50-mile-per-hour road, because what they don't want to do is encourage you to feel safe crossing.
Yeah,
If you're crossing in a crosswalk, you feel like someone thinks it's okay for you to do so. Whereas their policy is if you're making that choice, they want you to know you're making that choice. They're not encouraging you to cross at any particular location.
Is there a certain speed that they call crosswalk safety, or is it 45?
That's
It's the maximum speed is 40 miles per hour, but even then it has to be on like a non-US road as well, or state road, yeah, so.
So one of the things that we could talk about, and this is really just, at strategic locations, is there are grade separated crossings for the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail at other locations. And that is something that could be considered, whether it is by doing it in effect, think of it like through a culvert underneath the road, or whether it is by doing it via a bridge over the road. Now, there is a significant cost associated with that. And I don't know, if something like that makes sense, but I just, wanted to touch on the crossings, because we would likely be looking at a shared use path situation either on the north side or the south side, and you would still have some destinations and people on both sides that want to cross.
I just have a question online. Mary had her hand raised.
Mary, do you have a question?
Hi. So I live in Rutland Town, and Northwood Park is
You're still muted.
very. Oh, whoops.
No, the mute symbol isn't up.
Can you hear me?
Do you want to ask Elizabeth if she can hear her?
Can anyone hear me?
Elizabeth, can you hear Mary?
Yes, I can hear her.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hear me.
Oh, no,
Yes,
we
I can
can't
hear you.
either.
Okay.
So that's gonna be at our end.
Okay. So can you translate for
All
me?
right, in the meantime, while we try to figure out what the sound issue is, maybe Elizabeth can attempt to answer your question, Mary, but if not, I can try to get back to you after the meeting.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Northwood Park is on the north side, so a reason
Do you
there's
want?
biking,
Yeah, we could
hiking,
like
pool.
mute the microphone for
close to the
some of
Mendon border.
presentation and turn on one of our speakers on our laptops that are connected. That way we don't get feedback. In the room.
Yep.
They won't hear.
Yep, so
you're
just
gonna-
try that. Try again, Mary?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
There.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry. So I was just saying that Northwood Park is very close to the Mendon border, and there's hiking and mountain bike trails and the pool and sports, and so the north side of the road would be closer to that too. That's all I was trying to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Back the way it needs to be. Can you, okay, perfect. Go ahead.
So does anybody know where the Valmont Trail is gonna come through? Is it coming through Mendon? Because
Yeah.
that'll be another, I mean, that's gonna be probably hugely popular. So.
So the current proposed trail is gonna have a connection to the Forest Service buildings, it's gonna be on the north side there, and then also go near the Northwood Park. It's gonna connect to Park Lane and Post Road, that area.
Cause that could add a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Tremendous amount of traffic.
Right now, there's very little pedestrian or bicycle traffic after dark. I'm guessing if multi-use paths, shared use pathways go in, that usage goes up. Because people feel comfortable again. Are we a shared use pathway across existing intersections? Is our lighting currently sufficient if there is increased use after dark and winter or whatever, or do we have to consider redesigning all the lighting to accommodate the shared use pathway, anticipating some after dark?
Well, depending on where we are, so if we're in the village district, your locations tend to have lighting. There would be a further evaluation if that lighting needs to be supplemented or modified to make sure that it captured where the shared use path was crossing. But there aren't that many public roads that it's crossing, so I don't think that would be a detriment to putting in that shared use path. In a more rural environment, there would likely not be lighting out on the shared use path unless it did come in by an intersection. And if you're going to have it at a point where there is more vehicular conflict, then yes, possibly, but that would certainly be evaluated during design.
There's also a question online about if there's a certain incline that could deter use of a multi-use path, like is it actually a real world scenario that a path would be usable on the Route 4 corridor, which is
I would say, for me personally, most definitely, but I see people cycling up to the hub, like all the time. It is amazing to me. So although, yes, most of us may say there would be no way I would do that middle segment on my bike, there are certainly plenty of people, and those recreation enthusiasts that I think Mendon is trying to attract. So might get less use than some of the other segments, certainly. But there will be some for sure.
I would also say that electric bikes are using.
There's a lot of people riding up there on electric bikes, keep going to Killington from Raleigh and stuff like that. So, I mean, well, not a ton, but there's the other ones stop the store because they need water.
Yeah.
And then here's the concept, if you build it, they will come. So
So I guess why don't I ask this group a couple of key things? It sounds like I'm hearing a coalescing along providing a shared use path really throughout Mendon from end to end. Is there anyone who does not think that's an appropriate approach or the alternative?
Is that the most expensive one or was that the beginning one?
That's the.
My personal opinion is to implement it easily and see how it's working instead of dumping a ton of money and it doesn't work at all. That's my opinion.
Well, one of the things we could talk about is
Because if
phasing.
you could like use part of that money to start at phase 1, phase 2,
Right.
works out, spread it out.
So there could be a phased approach where you look at in the village where it's probably most appropriate, where you're gonna get more pedestrians and more cyclists. And in connection with that, talk about the restriping. And so maybe the phase 1 grant that you pursue includes those two pieces. And then, so at least the striping has happened to provide some protection. And a shared use path of a limited segment is implemented. Because of course, there are limits to funding. And so maybe then you have in future phases then to continue to move the shared use path, which I would suggest if you were doing a 3-phase project, you really think about then phase 2 being that other kind of end where we think we would get more usage. Because you do have to be competitive in your application as well. You have to be able to show why you think that people are going to use this investment.
If you go for the big money, I don't know if you can go for the tip prop. The tip is what Killington's doing, and they're eating up a lot of the money. We're not paying the money, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's money involved, okay, we won't, but.
But the issue is you have to entice the businesses, and because unfortunately on that Route 4 corridor, in recent years, it's, the restaurants have gone out, the hotels have gone out, there
Well,
isn't.
pretty basic, the 45-mile-an-hour zone, they're in business, the 50-mile-an-hour zone, they're. It's basic, it really is.
You're not wrong, but it is tough to generate money with the TIP district if you don't have the business coming in. So that's how that money.
It's a big project that makes sense. This is gonna pay this tax.
So that's the other part of this that I just want everybody to be aware of, that you're looking at a very large project and Mendon has a very small budget. So, annual budget. So we spend a little over $1 million to run the entire town for a year, annual operation. And right now we don't plow any sidewalks. So we don't have equipment to plow sidewalks, or a shared use path. So that is all continued maintenance is also a piece of this as we go forward, because there's only 1,100 people in Mendon and 850 parcels paying those taxes. So we have a middle of the road suggestion here, which is lane striping, which is a lower cost, and that way V-Trans continues to plow the whole road. The striping is a cost, and that's that's gonna be an annual cost, biannual cost that you have to restripe. But the maintenance is greatly reduced from.
That'd be big maintenance if you ran, a shared trail all the way from, there to Killington, that's them doing the sidewalk in Killington with their little thing on it, it's kind of.
Right. Well, what we've typically seen is with the shared use path is you do it with full plow. I mean, you don't use just a sidewalk. So if you were to go with a full shared use path, you would do it, with a full plow driving down it to clear it.
Jen, I mean, this is V-Trans's road, so do they take responsibility for any of the costs associated with restriping, or is that?
So there's a couple of ways that can move forward. One is to include that in a grant application. But another is to talk to V-Trans about when next they're doing full striping and whether there is the ability to modify it and come up with what that plan should look like for how that should be striped. And if they're amenable to that, and the best time to do that is really when they're going to put another course of pavement down. And I don't know when that is. We can certainly look into that. To see when that is targeted to be done.
They usually aim for every 10 years, and I feel like it's been roughly that time since the last time I paved through there.
So there can be an opportunity soon to incorporate that. And then you could think about whether there's other things such as, the crosswalks or a shared use path or something else to pursue through grant funding for a longer term solution.
What's your approval process, like if we wanted to go forward with like the alternative one? are there studies that you have to provide to be transferred?
Yeah, so what ends up coming out of this is, so we've already done kind of an existing conditions assessment. And, we're following the steps associated with the grant, process. And from this meeting, if we come up with what the planned approach is, and it could be a short-term approach followed by a longer-term approach. Ultimately, then we provide this to V-Trans. So we met with them because it is their road and got some input as to what alternatives we should or shouldn't talk about. And I say that kind of loosely because there was nothing that they said don't talk about, but they did say things like me trying to get rid of the climbing lane. They said that's a real long, like, be honest with them. That's a really longer term solution. That's not, it's not off the table, but that's not something that we're going to want to move forward with in the short term. So they were upfront with us. They knew what we would be presenting today. And basically, what happens next is, if it's a striping recommendation, it could become part of their work plan. And, or if there's something else, whether it's striping or whether it's, putting in a sidewalk or a shared use path, the grant program, the transportation alternatives grant or the bike ped grant are the way to move those.
So if the town collaborates with, say, you're going down you're gonna take Park Lane, you're going over to Northbush, you have this Belmont Trail that's gonna be, it's a reality. And so then you go down, or you take a left on Town Line Road, they've just researched it all. There are several walkers on that road and also and bikers. And they come up from Killington Avenue over that way. And, as you know, the highway is, it's enticing to go faster, right? So those folks are in jeopardy. So, and that's for on town. So you're looking, you have grant money and you are showing on your, whatever phase you want, how you want to do that, that you're collaborating with the Park Service, which is national, and they have more finances than we do. And you're also working, you're in Mendon and showing the collaboration to get over there using existing resources. I concur 150% on the village aspect and how that goes, because it's very imperative for our town for that. So does that give you any leverage in regards to collaboration versus just doing what you want to do?
That was a much more palatable grant application because the bike ped grants are competitive. And so to be able to say you're working with surrounding communities to create an entire network, and or that, the Forest Service is putting this in, we know these are new connections that can be made to different trails. That makes your grant application, it isn't just a standalone facility in the middle of nowhere, it's part of a network.
It goes more global.
Yes, definitely. That makes it more.
So I'm kind of new to this table, but I was just wondering, has Rutland Town, have we had meetings that, you're doing this and we're looking to do this? How can we improve the, coming down forward, taking a left, and I understand they're doing it at the post road. And of course, there's a school section over there. And they've done a really nice job, with that. My son used to, fear and interpretation. He'd go out of journeys and one day, Mom, he says, Mom, can't I just go to Northwood Pool today? I said, really? You think you're gonna drive your bike down the floor? I said, okay. I said, well, why don't let's try it. So we had our supper, daylight, solar traffic. So I'm following him down there and I'm thinking, I'm not ready for this. I don't think this is gonna work. But they have enticing, the kids have a really good time. It's a lot of fun. Kids are doing mountain biking, which is excellent wellness as, but I just wondered, how can we collaborate and, be able to kind of make it you've got the government, you've got the state, you've got Rutland City over here, you've got Rutland Town, it seems like we should be able to do that and enrich all the communities. The other thing is because signage, a lot of towns, even on the set, have used veteran, vets are serving in that for veterans and having that signage that kind of embraces the veterans who I respect highly. to have that, because in my town, which is not in the state, but I noticed when I go Route 7, you know, they have, you know, who serves where, Coast Guard, wherever it is.
Yeah, and any of those, any either monumentation or, as I said, banners or other things really helps with the placemaking. So I mean, that is definitely something to embrace to help you feel like you're arriving in a place.
And I don't know whether the process is from, you know, doing that in your town.
Again, not a part of this scope right now, but why don't we just take a step back? Because, you know, I know folks are gonna want to go home at some point. Why don't we just talk a little bit? I heard a lot of interest in the shared use path. You brought a great point up, though, that Mendon will need to maintain that shared use path. And that is something that we need, that honestly, if you apply for that grant, you have to commit that you're going to maintain that shared use path. Is there a short-term solution that folks, what is the appetite? Is it, all in? We want the shared use path the entire way? Is there in the shorter time, thinking about segments with just the striping? Is there, and we do really need to find out, like, as townspeople, that would mean if there is a change to the budget at town meeting day, all of you who are interested in the shared use path need to get out there and make sure that the townspeople are going to vote in support of maintaining that shared use path.
And, you know, grants come with matching funds, so we would have to have matching funds in order to construct this.
That is true.
But it seems like that's the only alternative that leverages the other communities' assets and resources, right? I mean, 'cause otherwise, we could accomplish slowing traffic down, it'd be nice, right? But is there a reason to stop? And right now, but I think that, yeah, the Belmont trip, which is definitely gonna create a lot of traffic, right? If you can connect that to Mendon. Because I mean, I don't really know how many people are gonna walk up to Fort Killington.
There's I have 2 people coming to the store a year, maybe.
Yeah, they'll cycle, and especially.
They do bike, you know what I'm saying, but it's not a large amount because that's an area ride, going from Rutland up to it. I mean, usually it's schools and they're just torturing the kids.
Well, it's a high level of enthusiasm for there's very little road riding in Vermont. And then, of course, the e-bike machine down from the community. But so my point would be, like, if you get to the new forest, the US Forest Service, right, where the Belmont Trail will be, right? So you connect the people that will use Belmont, and then connect that to the resources in Rutland, right? And then connect that to Mendon at least, right? So, because I mean, I think you need to leverage everybody else's resources, because I don't see a lot of resources in Mendon to drive people. I mean, you have like Trigger Spikes, which is cool, right? People would like that, and you have the mini golf, right? Nice, but
So what did you say?
my suggestion would be at least to get that multi-use pass up to the Forest Center or Forest Service Center.
Start from the Rutland Town Line and go up to the.
Yes,
Forest
right, because then you could engage, well, first of all, you'll get people to come from the Forest Service and use multi-use pass to come down to Mendon, right? And then they go over to Rutland for those resources, right? I'm sorry, stuff on Park Lane, the swimming pool and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right? Or bike trails, and then the Belmont Trail's gonna go that way, you said, Rose?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that then you could capture some of that distance, right, or that audience anyway. And then, because I think past there, a multi-use path would be, I mean, I don't know how much traffic you really get, or how much resource would be, or what kind of ROI. You could get.
Unless, like you said, you were dealing with Killington, and it was coming the other way, you know what I mean? You have to connect, you know.
Yeah.
Like Killington is that sidewalk to nowhere, you know, it's just in the middle.
But I think if they're Killington and they're.
Because they might be into it too, you know.
Well, I think that the people who would be in Killington who might be visiting Mendon would probably do so on the Belmont Trail, because otherwise they would be doing it right now on Route 4 and they're not. So I think the Belmont is an attraction, is a resource rather than try to leverage. And I think it's you know, in terms of the cost, so you're not going all the way up, you can go to the Forest Service, right? And then and that's something marketable as well, right? You can connect. You can market that so that you connect Mendon to the Belmont Trail, to the mountain bike trail. Of course, because Vermont is slightly improved right now. And then, you know, the Rutland and, you know, Pine Hill Park and those other resources as well. So that, my suggestion would be that that would be a good thing to do to get that multi-use trail, at least up to the Forest Service. Because then it becomes sort of a marketable asset as well. Hey, this is what you can do, this is who we are, this is where we are, we're local, we're close, right? You're gonna ride the building, you come on down, we have rooms, meals, you know. So, my suggestion.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for the town. The setbacks over there are 100 feet, correct?
Commercial district.
Yeah. Is there any, I mean, you guys are trying to tighten up the road and bring the house closer. You can't do it, but is there any chance that the town might loosen up some regulations on that in future building?
So that would be in the zoning rewrite. So as the planning commission applies for a municipal planning grant this year, they'll start working on the zoning regulation rewrite for going into 2024. And those are the different ideas that you want to present to the planning commission to possibly reduce that setback or.
Because it's a pretty extreme setback, really, if you look at it. I mean, 100 feet.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, so the intention there was to have green space between, you know, the intention there was to have green space between the buildings and to keep that rural aspect. But what hasn't happened is they built out Route 4 so wide that now it's just a.
Well, if you want future businesses to come in, and I'm gonna hawk one again, lowest speed limits they come in on, but you'd rather be closer to the road. Because if you build a building there, you're 100 feet, you gotta build it 100 feet back, have a tiny sign, and the parking lot pretty much has gotta be in the back of your store, which is very rough for a business to open up. I mean, by changing that might make your corridor a little better, I don't know. It's just a suggestion.
So
A bunch of wetlands too there.
was there a reaction to the proposal of a shared use path from Rutland Town Line to the Forest Service? Is that appealing? Do we think that's more practical than the entire way? Do we think we lose something by dropping the east end, or do we think that that sounds appropriate?
I think you lose something, but it sounds like you're gonna gain more because like the people have been saying, there's more cyclists that would be interested in that particular area.
You could connect in the future too.
Yeah. But otherwise, who you're trying to attract is practical side of it.
Is it worth it? Yeah.
Yeah. And the built it, well, they come, where they gone, where they come.
There still need to be a multi-space approach, like lane striping and maybe something in the village to start, and then that next segment of the path be like a phase 2. I feel like it's a lot.
Well, maybe you can make a combo too. You're doing the pass that way and then you have the striping going up the rest of the way. You know, there's different theories you can go with this.
So what do you do to narrow the road where you don't have the path anymore, to make it less?
Well, I mean, as I showed in striping, that for alternative one in each configuration, and you know, you can see it on your screen now, is using that same 20 feet in a different way to make the driver feel like they're more constrained.
I have a question, clarity question. How long a process are we talking about? That may be a hard thing to answer.
And it depends how successful you are in your grant applications. Because I did a scoping study in the town of Swanton a few years ago, and let me think, it's now 3 years ago, and now we are designing the first phase of their improvements. So they were successful in obtaining, you know, in the first round of their grant program after, because of course this still has to continue through the process. Once we come up with a preferred alternative and create a draft scoping study, it goes to V-Trans, and it goes to V-Trans's review of all of their departments, and that's where they say, oh my gosh, that's going to be incredibly difficult because of that wetland. Like, how are you going to address that? And can you comment on this? Or your estimate is too high because of that. And they comment on all the different aspects of the study. And then ultimately, it also needs to be endorsed by the select board with the full understanding of what that means, those implications about maintenance, et cetera. After which point, then you have this, and then you look for those grant opportunities that come up from V-Trans. Now, there is currently right now, the Transportation Alternatives Grant is out there right now. So we don't have the study, but maybe next year at this time, you'll be in a position you could apply for that grant, for example. But you may not be successful in that first grant round. So
Give us a sense of what the cap on that transportation alternatives grant is in terms of.
I am less familiar with the amounts in the transportation alternatives grant. The bike ped grant, I have seen that for projects anywhere from very, very small to, I think 1.5 million for shared use path or, something along that line. And those are just some of the ones I'm aware of. It's not, I don't know the whole list of all those supports.
I just wanted folks to get a sense of,
Is there any liability towards the town when you're building all this stuff and these people going and driving around? Does the town have liability towards that if someone gets killed or hurt in that situation?
That is a great question that I don't know that I can answer fully. It is still within V-Trans right of way. They are still the owner, but the town is maintaining it. So I think if there is an argument about how it's maintained, if that caught into the risk, then perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know how that's assessed.
I don't know either.
But it doesn't fall under that personal liability law. That's the law. But yeah, you don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thinking out loud, my desk. So are we looking for a resolution?
I mean, I'm hoping to come from this with some direction as to what I'm gonna go back and draw up and look at impasse. And so I've definitely heard support for a path on the north side of the street. A phased approach that involves, striping to try to, get at some of this. It sounds like the shared use path on the north side would extend probably from the town line to, the Forest Service headquarters ultimately. It might need to be phased because again, that's a big chunk of distance. Let me ask you about in the village, for example, in the village district. Do we have an interest in some of those crosswalks where the crosswalks identify? Are there destinations that we want to think about crossing pedestrians in the village?
You have to go down to 40 miles an hour though, wouldn't you?
Well, if I design it to be driven at 40 miles an hour, we could get there to get.
No, I'm just, saying, you gotta figure that out.
Yeah. So is that where we want to land? Do we want crosswalks? I showed them between Sugar and Spice and the mini golf. And I showed another one down between the Orchard and Allen Pools.
Yeah, I think so. It's dangerous though, because you got snow and you get people going across that road, it's icy or something like that, people trying to stop, they think you're gonna stop and you don't, it's something you really gotta think about. I'm not against crosswalks, I think they're great, but, it's something to think about, when people doing it.
Yeah, and we'll evaluate that and consider with the guidance, because it isn't below 40 miles an hour currently. Is that a part of the first phase? I mean, maybe we identify as that as the second phase.
Would that happen if we were to choose the striping? Hoping that the speed would come down for the drivers just visually. I mean, that by the Orchard, that's a little rat race sometimes. Would that come after that? Would there be some sort of study?
Well, with a multi-phase, we could identify that that's something like evaluation of speed and crosswalk locations as part of phase 2.
Yeah. I'm definitely a fan of starting small, cost effective, seeing how.
Challenge effects and see what it does. If it's gonna be part of the project, starting off, the striping part of the project, then you're gonna go the 2-way, start with the striping, see where it goes, and if it's starting to be effective and working, then make it, you can go from there.
And I love the banner idea. It's cozy.
Yeah, let's pop over to that. So as we showed was just, we just took the town sign and just put it on banner. And obviously it's not to scale, it's very large here, but yeah, and the kind of gateway treatment of the markings to slow people down. And then we just grabbed a few other examples that we were aware of. I feel like the banner is probably the easiest and least expensive alternative. because you do it behind the guardrail, but visually, it is still that vertical element. It does not have the impact of, say, a, monument sign, like Jericho's monument sign. And again, given that area, we know it is probably difficult to plant and get trees to thrive, given, you know, all the issues there. So as a result, I think, you know, steering towards the banner and that sort of thing, but we could think about advanced signage, think about, you know, lighting, periodic lighting as you are approaching into town, and with the lane striping to try to really reinforce to the drivers that you're entering the environment.
I would think in terms of the crosswalks, I can see the need for between Sugar and Spice and the mini golf, because that's two attractions. I'm not sure how many people from Allen Pools need to walk over to the Mendon Orchards. Plus, there's a very sharp hill at that point. It's very. I think that would not be a good place.
Yeah, I guess the question becomes, if you are someone who is from town and you live somewhere near there, I mean, do you just come for a walk here? And is there a place for you to cross if you need to cross? So if you are coming from the other end of Mendon and you want to go to the coffee shop, so you're on the shared use path and you need to, you know, cross to get home.
So we can't necessarily, like, if you come off the town line road and you're biking up the hill and you want to go to DePaulo's, we want them to cross at wherever the location is and then proceed up on the other side of the road. It's not, it's going from Allen Engineering to who's going from Allen's to go get, you know, a muffin at the orchard. That's where you would cross to get to the other side of the road to continue on to Actrin. So if you wanted to go to Sugar and Spice, you would cross there in order to go all the way up. Possible.
It's just to kind of create a network.
You're gonna have a crosswalk and it needs to be significantly uphill from that ferry. I mean,
Yeah, we are the right places for sightlines, why we're the sightlines, sorry.
Do we have anything to lose by having crosswalks, speed crosswalks?
Cost, yes, right? It kind of frames it.
Yeah, it is a small cost though. The paint is a really low cost. That's something that certainly you could include in the grant. I would agree, it does help you better establish that place.
And
thank you for coming.
But do we agree that we need to do something? So we at least need to start taking an approach of the striping and the narrowing and the, yeah, so.
So it's proceeds.
Yeah. It's conversation, as much as I think like, you know, start with the end in mind.
Yeah.
We can do that, but do it in phased approach. And then maybe we get more, that of the 800 tax properties, maybe we get to 900, you know, we see that we can do this and then do the next phase and then, you know, the next 2,000 taxable properties.
Well, it's redevelopment of those properties, for bringing other businesses in and making a vibrant community where we plan to.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of parcels that we already have.
And taking advantage of the less verticalized part of the roadway. Right, the parts of the roadway that are more pedestrian friendly to begin with and grow it up. And I don't mean to leave anybody out, but some of the business owners who are here in the more flat area, that to me makes sense to then work our way up and connect with Killington, as Killington continues to progress. And they're redoing their whole, as you said earlier, Jen, you know, where the welcome center is and the town offices, like they're redoing their pedestrian and crossing and bike stuff there too. So we'll have more information as they progress. And we haven't talked about Rutland, I think it's Rutland City is having a road diet.
Yep.
So we are starting to get there.
Yeah, there is definitely a push on any of these major arterials that belong to V-Trans to change the character when you're in the village area, for sure.
I think from the perspective of the steering committee and our board, select board was actually made all the applications. The issue is what can we do now? What can we do relatively inexpensively, like striping, which may achieve the kind of unanimous impression that we need to do whatever we can to reduce the speed. And maybe that's we'll start to drive some rehabilitation properties and so forth while we think about longer term things like multi-use shared paths. What I kind of doubt the steering committee is going to be recommending, and I doubt that our select board is going to recommend, is that we just make it easier to get from Killington to Rock City. But that's not our goal in this project. So while I'm all for, I'm not a cyclist, but I'm all for increased bicycle traffic in Belmont and so on and so forth. Question the town's going to have to ask itself is, how does that help Mendon? So does having a whole bunch of mountain bikers coming from Rochester to Pineville Park, who don't do anything in our town except traverse it, and potentially on the highway lead to fatality, how does that help our town? So while we have a regional thing we want to accomplish, we still have to, from a steering committee and select board perspective, we're still going to have to look at what's in it. So that's why some of these years shorter, like striking issues, trying to get the change the custom, change the behavior, improve properties. And so I'm guessing. That's how it's going to evolve.
Because that would have to be voted on, I would assume, right?
Or the budget.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, so, you know.
And I don't want to stretch this meeting out any further, right? But the question is that, well, what does that give you that you don't have? You got people slowing down, but what does that do? I don't understand. I see that the dollar.
Potentially, let's say you could demonstrate over a period of time, that the striking slows the speed of the car.
Yeah.
Now you can put in a crosswalk because the state would say, yeah, it's justified to put up a sign saying 40 instead of 45. Maybe they changed the signage instead of a flashing yellow saying slow at 45, flashing yellow. And it says congested district ahead, slow at 40. So.
Well, that and the appearance of we are a town.
Yeah.
And not a drive-through, so people can slow down and pull over at the gift shop and
Notice it.
buy something
So that they stop.
when they're going 65.
I'm out there all the time. It's pretty great.
District, ideally, what you're trying to do is make it feel like a place so people drive in a fair amount slower and visit, and then businesses find it more appealing. Like that's what, that, you want some of those
Right.
businesses
Yeah.
to invest in,
Yeah.
you know, some of them that aren't in business to become businesses.
Yeah, and don't just, don't think this the wrong way, but I'm a businessman. I just don't see like how slowing it down makes me want to open a business there. You understand what I'm saying? That there has to be some sort of, I don't know, you need to have some sort of draw. You need a reason, right, to stop. So, but I understand it's a bigger question, right? So, but in the meantime, then yes, I'm all for the moderate approach, right, the engaged approach, because yeah, I mean.
Let's see how it goes.
It's not money, right? It is about money. The question is though, if it's grant money, right? And.
If you gotta match the grant, then you have to maintain it. That's a little more involved. Yeah.
Anyway, this is a
Yeah.
bigger conversation, discussion, but, yeah.
Any other input from our online? Is anyone still with us online?
There are a couple of people still online. There's a lot of projects crosswalks and the shared use path and whatever treatment is done, it should eventually be done through the whole corridor.
Okay. Great. Did anyone online want to verbally provide comment? Obviously, Russell was. Perfect. Shelley. Yes. Oh, yes. Hold on, Shelley. Wait, Rose is changing.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Go ahead, Shelley. Maybe not.
Is that Mira? Sounded like she had begun to talk.
I think that was just feedback from us.
Oh, unfortunately, Shelley, we are having trouble hearing from you. No, she's trying, but no. So Rose, your volume is up and
Yeah.
no.
Can she type her question?
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Shelley. If you want to type your question, happy to.
Not get anything. We can.
Yeah, that's too bad.
So I just wanted to ask one more thing. When you're setting out your findings, your report, or will you say though, there was large desire to see you know, a 10-year, 5-year, whatever, 8-year, 18-year, whatever plan, which encompass the bulk. And then, but for purposes of this, Grant
I think I'm going to talk, but I've heard from some of the steering committee and I look forward to consulting with all of them. It sounds like the recommended long-term approach would be with the goal of providing a shared use path through Mendon. However, we'd like to do that in stages, and we think in the short term, the appropriate thing would be to look at changing the way the road is striped to better accommodate pedestrians and cyclists on the shoulder in a safer way. But with then perhaps a phase 2 or in combination with a phase 1, think of a shared use path in the village where we expect there to be more demand for it and how it connects to up to the Northwoods Pool or, you know, other destinations in the village. And with then later phases continuing to lead up the road. I think that's what I've heard today.
So Kathy is a member of the steering committee. So I mean, just in the interest of time, because we've been at this for 2 hours now. Do you want to wrap up for the steering committee, like what the next steps are going to be? Because ultimately, you know, Jen can't design everything that she's described here for alternatives. She's kind of coalesced what she thinks might be the preferred. But that is going to
that is my next question for those of the steering committee who are here, and we'll exchange an email as well, just to make sure we get everyone's input, because I know someone wasn't here, is, did you hear what I heard? I just summarized it for you, but Rose will have it in her notes in case she heard it differently, or Elizabeth heard it, or Stephanie heard it differently. But what I heard and what I take as my charge from that is, for this to be a successful product and report, I have to come up with then what are the constraints around that, because I was, you know, concentrating my shared use path off a different area than necessarily we're talking about here. I have to look at those, evaluate those impacts and think about what those, you know, we all know in that area that I will call the Hurricane Irene area. You know, it's going to be tough to accomplish a shared use path there. We have to look to see how that could be and what the impacts of how do you get that permitted, like that could be challenging. You know, those types of things. So, but I would like to confirm, and I will do this via email, that that is the direction and that is the long-term vision of the town. And then we can put together the scoping study with kind of that phased approach that I just mentioned, if the steering committee is supportive of it.
So Sarah, in terms of getting final approval from the town as to what Jen should use to finalize the report, is there going to be a step? I mean, I'm assuming the steering committee is not going to make that decision. You're going to carry forward a recommendation to the select board.
Yeah, the steering committee should make a recommendation to the select board.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jen will give you something to work with as far as a preferred alternative based on all these options. So it'll get steering committee approved or edited first, and then something brought forward to the select board to sign off on. And then she'll proceed with that as the preferred alternative in the report.
Yeah. So your initial research though had less barriers on the west side of the road. You know, on the Sugar and Spice side of the road going down to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That was where we had preliminary, but it fits in with what people said about having it on the north side. But for the rest of the corridor, which is nice, because what we don't want to do is to create a rec path that has to cross.
Yeah. The only concern I have with that is that most of the recreational uses in Mendon are on the other side of the road, and that we're not accessing Wheelerville Road, which has all the hiking paths on it. Wheelerville Road.
and it's heavily used.
And it's heavily used. So, and, you know, kind of tying into what Fred said about making sure that we're presenting
What's best for Mendon.
what's best for Mendon. Are we connecting resources correctly? Are we
but
connecting
maybe
resources?
Think about that by looking again, we'll have to just double check the resource constraints. So maybe we think about doing it on the south side of Route 4. And then think about having a goal of having a crossing near, Park Lane or, one of the connections to the northwards pole. Right, Park Lane.
Why couldn't it be on one side and kind of coming up from the Rutland Town line and then switch over?
It certainly
You know, so
can.
you could-
It can, if you were going to, I would do it right in that kind of village.
Yeah,
Area.
and make that transition in the village.
Yeah, that's certainly.
Where you want a crossing anyway.
Yeah. Makes sense. So, yeah, I guess I'm not quite sold on keeping it on one side or the other.
And I think at the Rutland Town line, at Town Line Road, I think that from the local concerns, there was talk about a crossing there
Right.
as well, to get from Town Line Road to the other side.
That's gonna be a tough one again, because it's headed downhill and the speeds there are high.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure about a crosswalk at that location. I think that's gonna be harder to manipulate than in the actual village district
Yeah.
where we have a little, it's not as steep and we have a little more control over it.
Sarah, we
But if
also
the
have
path
the
starts
Mendon
here-
Recreation Center, which is way down off of Detroit, which is on
Yeah.
the other side as well, that we
Right.
want people be able
So
to.
the shared use pass coming up from Town Line Road on that side of the road, up until they can safely cross somewhere beyond the orchard. So that they can get on the other side of the road in order to go to Paula's Coffee or down to Sugar and Spice or go over to Northwood. Seems to make a little bit more sense as far as connecting our resources together.
Right. That's good, but we're still, but then we're on
Another front side, sure.
the north side and we want to be then on the south side for Wheelerville though, however.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's hard to connect our resources.
Yeah.
It's that past Sugar and Spice going up.
Mhm.
So you're still talking about being on the north side up to like the village. And then at the village is where you then would transition over to access most of the resources that are on the uphill side through the village or on the right-hand side of the road.
Right, so there's
Right?
Except for access to the trails from the new.
recreation center, is that what you
Yeah.
said?
Mm.
Where is that?
It's the Town of Mendon Road. So you go down Town Line Road and then up the Notch Road in order to turn on South Mendon.
Got it.
We have a small recreation area down there.
That's why I thought there was the crosswalk down at that end.
Yeah.
And then, connection hopefully to, to the Northwoods Pool, because I'm gonna bet enough people from Mendon probably, would like to be a part of that, connecting to that resource. And then,
There's a huge demand to want to put some sort of shared use path on Town Line Road or make it wider so that it's safer to walk on Town Line Road. That takes a lot of coordination between the two communities on what side of the road it's gonna be.
okay, so we can see about laying it out and think about what those, how to cross people, how to, look at what those resource impacts would be.
Doesn't seem that it would be good to have that multi-use path sort of stay on one side and then anticipate going up to the town line up near Pico, right? And not be crossing.
Meandering back and forth. Yeah, I mean, let's think about it. I mean, let's think about whether it makes sense. I don't love it going and crossing back. Like, I think it would be better to try to be more consistent and have crossings to get to the destinations you want to get to. But if it crosses once, if that makes sense, I think that could work. Let's give it a little thought and look at those resource constraints, because,
There's no side.
yeah. Right, so I think that transition zone is gonna determine a lot, honestly.
I don't know if you're gonna have an off-road option.
I don't know if I am either, which is kind of why I stayed away from it, but
Yeah.
let's evaluate it. I mean, if that's what I'm, an off-road option is gonna be really challenging in that transition zone and,
I mean, look at what you said on off to cross that huge.
yeah, yeah. So, let's look at it. I mean, I can see why people want it, but it could be challenging.
It's gonna be outside your budget.
How about that?
I want to take.
That's right, you can always build it. It's well, how much it's gonna cost to build it, that's the problem.
Thank you, everybody online.
Yes, thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, did a really good job.
Great job.
Yes.
Yeah. And I don't know how you collaborate with the towns, but that's it. I mean, that's in my history, getting grant money, the more you show collaboration with.
Yeah.
And I actually don't know where that goes, but when you look at that area, how does that get over Middle Lane Drive? Does that go over to Chittenden? I mean, the pathway?
I don't know, they had a number of different maps, no.
Yeah, I just.
The most recent I saw was the section, it's gonna come from the Chittenden Pittsfield Trail that's just completed. It's gonna come through Mendon through the National Forest. It'll be a spur that connects to the Killington Trails, a spur that connects to the Forest Service, and the main line's gonna go out towards like Northwood. And the idea is that it connects to Northwood and then from there to like Pine Hill through the city.
Yeah, why I asked that question is because when we had the Irene, remember? We came up with the wood chip highway that went up Jersey's End, but.
How do you
that-
think me living in Killington got my groceries? I used to have to ship out all these
You know, when you think about that, they were gonna have the alternative, that didn't work. How were we gonna get the kids to Barstow, right? So they were talking about that, and I was wondering if that Belmont path goes over that way. So, I mean, that was an alternative, the only one that actually, right, we had as a backup. So I just didn't know, I haven't seen a map, I'm very interested in finding out about this balance.
So Jen, were you one of the people that had to walk the Woodchip Parkway at night and you had Mike Barone warning you about the mother bear and the two cubs who had to?
No, I did not. I only was on the way to Parkway during the day. Oh, yeah. I was waiting, it was long days, you know, that time of year.
Good for you. I was wondering if it would be, if you already know about the book we wrote
Yeah,
about.
of course we do.
And we're still remembering that because that really brought our town together, especially those of us who
It
live
was so impressive as I've been a travel engineer 30 years, like talk about innovative thinking to solve a transportation problem. In just, that, you know, you can figure it out without having that highway there. Like you can get people to, I got my groceries. And although I could have carried mine, I did have a little one at the time with me, but they did give me a ride in.
Well, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, folks online, we are adjourned. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. Have a good rest of your night and thank you for joining us.